Welcome in, everyone. Good morning. We should be good to go. I am just posted a couple more links, and we're ready to party. Excuse me. Still recovering a little bit from the cold. I think I'm almost over it, though, so hopefully we don't have to deal with the nonsense much longer. Especially, I'm hoping I'm 100% by Thursday. I don't really want to be popping up phlegm or anything on Thursday. Thursday's stream will probably be canceled, or we might do a morning stream. I'm not sure yet. But I do have a show appearance on the It's Based Game Jam channel, which is primarily on YouTube, but I think they also multi-stream on Twitter and possibly Rumble as well. So there is something there to look forward to. Right now, though, I just want to knock off a couple of essential features that I want to fix. And then today and tomorrow is just going to be going into level 1 and getting the actor number down. We're at about 800 actors. I want to get that down. I don't think we're going to get that down a huge amount before the build launches, but we need to bring that down either way. So we need to get that number down. That's going to reduce our draw calls. That's going to improve performance. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to turn the music down just a hair. But there's two major things I want to do as per the to-do list. Interact bug fixed. We fixed the option menu. I'm just gonna star that up. Defense mode we fixed. Interactive war tent with an interactive map is fixed. Block players from standing on tent. That's an easy fix. I don't know if we did it yet. Just going to go on to the collision settings here. Hold on a sec. We're going to delete this in a minute, but I just want to... Can characters step upon this component? Is that in here? Doesn't seem like it is. let's go into... Let's look at this for a sec. Well, you should be able to just go in here, though. Unfortunately, this is going to be a little bit more work, but it'll be worth it. I guess we just got to add another setting on the end of this thing. So, add a variable. And walk on underscore 0. Can character step on? Nope, that's not it. Let's take a look at our collision settings. Oh, shit. No, this doesn't fix the bug. Never mind, that's not going to fix it. Basically, that's basically saying if it's a smaller collision, you can walk over it. It's not saying that it's gonna... Yeah, so what we'll need to do is probably block it. I don't even think you could properly stand on this, but if we go into our collision... We're just going to tweak this to make it a little bit more steep. First, I'm going to delete that. And I think you can adjust the points individually in this thing. I'm pretty sure you can. Let me just double check. Yeah. We should be fine. I'm just trying to figure out... what's going on. Give me a minute. Let's see. So we need to do a vertex kind of pull here, and I don't know if Unreal can. I thought you could, but maybe it's something else. Oh, collision. I want collision. I don't think you can. But maybe we can do this. You know what? This collision is ridiculous anyway. Fuck it. Let's just redo it. It'll be fine. All right, sorry about that. I had to clear my nasal passage. So, basically, what do we want to do here? Are the tents in this file? Doesn't look like it. We'll do a new file. Fuck it. We'll save it. I don't care. Basically, what we're going to do here is we'll import a tent that we've already created. Building. Nope, this is under wood assets. Tents are. I only do one at a time, but we'll have to manually recreate these. So we got this tent here. Kind of lazy, kind of cheap. It's fine. We're going to call this SM underscore tent. I was going to say rope, but we don't want to call it rope. We want to call it tent. Oh, well. And then we're just going to call this UCX underscore SM underscore tent 1 underscore 01. And this is our first collision body. We scale that up until it kind of matches that. Then we'll just kind of tighten it in here. And then we'll just take this face here. Make that match all nice and clean. Then we're just going to go in here. Knock that in. Bring this up. And we're just going to put it a little past where we are. And we'll go from there. Hey, Synth. Yeah, it's a slow morning this morning. It be what it be. Just fixing some collisions, and then we're going to be doing some other mods and stuff later. Got to tweak a boss character, and we got to do some other stuff. So we're going to shrink that down there, and we're just going to pull this up even higher. It's not going to be the most accurate collision, but what it's going to do is it's going to prevent people from actually grabbing onto the edge, which is what we want. We don't want people standing on top of tents. It doesn't make any sense. So then this guy here, we're just going to copy and paste the name like that. It's going to automatically name correct because Maya does not like having two files at once. Yeah, I hope you have a good one too, Synth. And we'll just kind of slap that there. Tweak the vertices how we want them. And these are just simple boxes. It doesn't need to be more complicated. In fact, I'm not even going to bother trying to replicate the flail out, because I don't think it matters. We can duplicate that guy. Do that there. This front one I don't think needs a collision. So we'll leave the front one alone. Technically, we could do like an opening where it snags a little bit, but I don't think we need to worry about it. I think if we just let them pass through, it'll be fine. So this obviously needs to be a little bit wider. So we'll just pull the vertices. There. There. So that's more or less decent. Then we're just going to take a couple cylinders here. Actually, fuck it. We'll do boxes. Boxes are even easier. Delete the history. I think that's pretty good. Do I care about the ropes? I don't think the ropes need collision. We could put rope collision in. That's just a pain in the ass to walk through. I think we'll let it go. We're going to take these and export them out. Find our tents. Come in here. And we should be fine. We should be able to just go in here. Open him up. And just go. That looks really good, actually. Holy crap. Doesn't that look really good? But look at our collision now. Look how fucking disgusting it is. Like, you can't do anything with that. And then we're just going to go ahead and go collision, remove collision, re-import. Doesn't know where it is. Not all that surprised. QRST. So T Tento 1 right there. It's taking a second. There it goes. So our tent is a little extra pointy, but that's just going to prevent people from cheesing and standing on top of it. Should be pretty simple. Beautiful. Now we got Tento 2, which is the one that's probably the hardest to make a collision for. So we'll just wipe this. Don't care about it. And then this guy here. Do an O2. Get this thing rocking and rolling. Blow it up. We're going to push that out there. Then we just go up about there. There we go. Easy enough. We're just going to call this UCX underscore ent 02 underscore 01. There it is. You can push this down. And just copy and paste the name, and it should automatically correct. That easy. Good morning, Tomboy. Then we'll just kind of tweak this a little bit. We'll go into component mode. Just kind of keep tweaking stuff. Go into base mode here. Basically, once we fix these collisions, it'll be impossible to stand on them and then kind of cheese. certain enemies. In theory. But we'll find out, I guess. We're going to do a couple essential features today, Tomboy, and then it's going to be just kind of fixing stuff and reducing the actors in level 1. I think if we can get that number down to a reasonable number in the next 2 days, we'll be in really good shape for performance. Theoretically, anyway. And we're also just going to add an edge loop in here. And we should be able to just shrink that in so that it just makes it impossible to stand on, basically. I guess we should probably just try and get that level. This theoretically should work. Need to go above on this one. We got to be biased above. Then we got to lift this one way up. should be fine. I think that should be fine. See if that works. I'm not entirely convinced it will. The other tents don't really matter, but let's see how this one works. Reset to FBX. It's going to take a second to kick in. It's always a little bit on the slow side. So we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. That's not terrible. Did a little bit of correction. It didn't like the convex nature of it. Here, I guess, is a no-no. But I don't care. That's pretty good. I'd say that's passable. And it should be impossible to stand on, which is the more important thing. Perfect. So that's done. It's another thing off the list. Let's do... I think the next important thing we should get done is the Gradinger has an issue where he can't fix the running issue, so you can just keep perpetually running away from him. And I'm wondering... I'm wondering if there's a way we can fix that. I'm not entirely sure if we can. So he has charge attacks. Actually, what we can do is we'll just I'll show you what I mean. You can just plop him in the world space here. But he has no... He has no... He has zeroed options to deal with me just doing this. Like, he just can't handle me. So we need something so that you can't just run spam, because there's just no... There's no means for him to deal with you just running away. So... what can we do to fix that? That's just gonna force him to fight us. So, or force us to fight him, I should say. Let's go to our viewport here. What is this? What if we... I'm thinking about... I'm thinking about creating a new event. Add a new variable. We're going to call this shriek. I-E-K, I think is how you spell that. So we're going to do a bull charge here. And we also want to get our focus radius here, and on event, begin overlap. We're going to set shriek true. So when we overlap into the focus range, we're going to have a shriek availability. However, if we're going to do a bull charge, what we want to do here is we want to turn it off. And basically what we're going to do is going to create a custom event. We're going to call this shriek stun. And effectively, if we exit our focus range, so if we go into our focus mode, focus radius here, actually, we might be able to, yeah, we're going to go in here and on end overlap, we're going to do a branch. We're going to get shriek. So if we're capable of shrieking, then we're going to do the shriek attack. Shriek stun. And if we're not, then we're not going to do anything. From here, we're just going to play animation montage. And then from that, it's going to do a shriek. It's going to do that. And then we also want to get target actor. Get MC ref here. Just do a stagger. Basically like that. And so we need to create an animation. And we also need to do something with the behavior tree. So we're going to go back into AI components. Real quick and easy. We can close this. So evading here. So we do have a sprint mode. Let me look at master AI. Because we have everything I wanted to change it already in place. So focus radius is enemy is fleeing. So if we leave focus mode, hold on. Oh, it's getting it. So if it's true, nothing happens. But if it's false, then it's going to do that. So is enemy fleeing? On begin overlap, that it does evade counter on or evade counter off. Okay. That doesn't make sense. Oh, okay. I understand what's going on. I understand what's going on. Never mind. So what we want to do here, I guess, is just look at the sprint speed of the soldier here. .800 is pretty fast. So basically what we want to do here is, yeah, on the begin radius, we're going to get the shriek on. However, if we do a bull charge where we're purposely running away from the opponent, we don't want to accidentally trigger the shriek. So we're going to turn that off, do the animation, and then it's going to check to see. So if we end the overlap and shriek is turned off, then nothing happens. But if we exit, if we create the distance, then he's going to do the shriek. So now we just need to do a little animation to show Gradinger shrieking, and then we should be good to go. So we're just going to go in here, content, animation, animation levels. We'll save everything. It's fine. And basically, yeah, we're just going to make like a giant shriek. So, what we can do here is we'll just extend this to 850, I guess. I don't care. Or, sorry, we want to extend this. Sorry, that's 570 to 700, so 750. And it's going to be quick. It's going to be, we are at 60 FPS, so we should be 745. Super small animation. Oh shit, 750. 795. We'll do 810. We'll do a full second. I think full second's appropriate. Take all this retarded shit here. Key that in there. Key that there. We're locked in our retardation. We're good to go. I'm just going to go ahead and make a cubic. Just focus it on the area we want to do. So here is where we're going to do our shriek pose. And we're just going to do a very basic, not super. It's got to be relatively quick because what we're doing here is we're going to stun you in order to keep you from effectively just running away. Maybe even move this foot back. And then we can just go ahead and lock this in. Ain't that a bitch? Just off by 1 frame. Close enough. Lift that up a bit. Drag that foot a bit. Beautiful. This rig is a little messed up too, but we'll fix it later. I'm just going to take this here, and we're just going to push this a little bit more. Push that a little bit more. Maybe even stretch the neck a little bit, even though that's technically not a thing. No. I'm out. And then this guy here, we want to lift up. Lift him up here. Lift him up here. We're going to bring this head down a bit like that. Lift this foot up a bit. Like so. Get the weight properly tilted. That's pretty good. It's not great, but it's pretty good. Once we get the timing in, it'll look even better. We're going to do that. Plug that in there. That's feeling pretty good. As he steps over. So I think what I want to do here is I'm just going to tweak the timing a little bit. So I'm going to bump this 5 frames. We're going to bump this over here. We're going to start getting the timing right. So this here needs to be like that. Then this here. Basically like that. I think that's serviceable. For how short of a time it is, like if I really wanted to do a really long, stretched out screech, we could go longer, but the point of this is for him to stun you and then he runs up to you and catches up to you, right? That's the point of this move. So if I go animation sequences, character boss abilities, we go AS underscore Gradinger. GRADUNGR, which is basically Norse for cow, which is a beautiful name. Freak. We're going to hit OK. Export the animation sequence. Open him up. Make sure it's enabled in root motion. And then we just want to go into our blueprint. Create and a montage. And then we should go into here. And I have a lovely folder filled with awesome stuff. So if we go into our Z drive, I think it's in our Ovani sound. And we can just pick a shriek sound. So we got fantasy, SFX. Maybe not that one. Horror suspense. We'll see what these sound like. Not really what I'm thinking of. I understand what that's going for. Oh, I don't have the stuff on, do I? Hold on a sec, guys. Let's turn this on. It's a little loud. Let's turn it down to 25%. It's not really what I'm thinking about. Realistic. No. I mean, that would be kind of funny, but not really. Dark. That's basically what I'm thinking about. We'll combine these. We'll get waveform open. So it's under music or magic and dark. We'll do this. Don't fuck with me. Basically what we want to do here is just create a nice little bit of music here. Movani music, magic, the dark powers. There, and a little bit of this as well. And this can be just a little less. And we'll just see what that sounds like. So let's go in here and let's increase the pitch. Increase the pitch on this. And then let's go into our actions here, and we should be able to get rid of the auto tempo, which is already on by default, and just change the speed to 0.75. Let's stretch this out a little bit longer. Let's just see what happens when we do that. So that's a little bit nicer. I'm just going to go ahead and shrink that there. We want this to be also get rid of auto tempo on this. And we'll change the speed to match about that. So change this pitch to 2. And this should be maybe 0.9, 0.85. This can be 0.88. Let's see what that sounds like. Add a reverb in here. Effects. I like that. Okay. Because it's kind of got like an elk kind of sound effect to it, which is nice. Export. Assets. Music, sound. Sound. Call this Horrid Shriek. Save. Render. And we can just come in here. Characters. Music and sound. Sound. Magic. Create. Q. So we're just going to get a modulator. Muo modulator. Plug you in there. That's fine. Voice multiplier should stay at 1. We also want attenuation to be voices. So it has a good distance to it. We go into our animation here. And then right here, we kind of want to start right around here. Skeleton notify, and there should be play. Oh, there isn't. Sound. Already got the shriek cue selected. We are the pinnacle. We want to follow the head. So now when we hit play, we're going to turn loop off. So it bugged out on us, but it's fine. We'll fix it. Load it up again. That's a weird bug. It's because its loop is turned off, I think. That's a weird bug. Anyway. It's because there's a fade out, I think. So, basically, that's plugged in and that's working. We should delay this for a half second. Delay. Just to give it time to actually hear the thing. Then obviously this montage is the shriek. Compile and save. I think that's it. So then we can go back into our base level. Save everything. And he should be able to shriek at us. Riot. Fucking hit me. Okay, so too big, too easy to trigger. So that's easy. We'll fix that. Just go in here, blueprints, characters, player, AI, silly, enemies, bosses. And that trigger needs to be bigger. So it needs to not be reliant on this. So we're just going to take this. We're going to copy it, and we're going to call this Shriek Trigger. And it's virtually the same size. But this one here, we're going to make 400. Is that too big? We'll find out. We'll test it. We'll go back and forth. Compile and save. We're going to go to our event graph here. And we're going to do begin, overlap, and of course, end overlap. And instead of using our focus mode, we're using a custom collision specifically for this character. And we also I forgot. We also need a filter. So other actor does implement interface, BPI hero. Branch. If true, then it changes these variables. If not true, then, you know, the deal. Beautiful. Let's try this. I don't want to be able to dodge outside of that range. Boom! So that can happen, but how did that happen? That was like a weird.
Come, gratify me.
That fucked me up. But he works. His AI stuck. There he goes. Okay, so there is something with the AI where he kind of gets a little stuck. And he's trying to get somewhere. So blueprints. Character AI component. I feel like there's a section where he's just trying to get too close to me. Acceptable radius 50. Yeah, no, that's way too freaking close. We want this to be like 100. This is ridiculous. 80. I think 80 is a good number. I think that's why he got stuck, because 5 is just way too close, and it's unrealistic because there's collisions in the way. Go to enemy, 200. Move to destination. Make that like 5. 10. Dynamic move to. Right. Comfortable combat distance. Then we can go in here. And we just want to go and find our dynamic move to or comfortable combat distance. Just should type in combat. Comfortable combat distance is 0. That is unacceptable. Combat distance should be around 90. We'll say 80. Pile and save. So now he's going to be less likely to want to get into my balls. Yeah. This is where he wants to fight now. While he pushes my shit in. Just restart the game, bro. Okay, so another thing. We don't want to spam it. We want to cool down. I don't want to hear a double shriek. Right? So let's get a cooldown here. Delay. No. What am I doing? What am I doing? Do once. We'll just do a set delay of like 3 seconds. That should prevent it from double clicking. Awesome. So I want to fix a couple of animations on him, but I think we're done. We're done with him. He's good enough. That shriek is enough to prevent run spam. So that's more or less what I'm looking for that. Each enemy has their own unique way of dealing with run spam. We have obviously the grunts have the jump attack. We have the Reaver who does the double attack and slide. So we have a bunch of different solutions for certain enemies. So that's just another one. So yeah, that's that. And then we also want to I just want to tweak the one animation because I don't like it. I don't think it looks very good. So if we can do better, we should do better, right? That makes sense to me, at least. Zero. I don't have a problem with that one.
Shit. So we start at 360. And we end at 515, I guess. It just looks bad, right? Trying to figure out what's the best way to approach this. Because we can do, we're going to do pretty much the exact same timing. So 409. Say 409, just this region here is where the actual swing happens. But all in all, this looks pretty rough. So we're going to keep the timing about the same, but the animation looks really bad. So why fuck with it? So 409-ish. And basically, we want to do a grand attack. So we just want to go... How the hell do we want to wind up this giant fucking hammer? It's a similar style of attack. It's just, it's got to be animated better. Because it was rough. I hate this going to this thing. Like, I'm almost tempted to delete it. I don't know what it's used for. It's used for this section here. I wish I could, like, lock it. It is locked. Still, though, like, I click on this, and it goes to the frickin' wrong thing. Either way, though, we got to do a giant wind up here, so we're just going to do a nice little rotation and kind of get it into a good position. Nice and easy. And I think we want to slide the hand. We want to slide this foot back. Then yeah, we want to grab the collarbone here and really twist this forward. Then we grab the red bitch. Slide her down to something like that. Then we just kind of want to really torque this body. That's a really nice pose. And then it goes into that, and then it comes over, right? So the next step is to go up here. And we just want to get everything from the foot left. Control C. We want a pretty long wind-up time, so we'll try 85 for now, but that may not fly in a bit, but we're just going to try it. So we're curling and going that way, right? So if we're curling that way, we kind of want to do the opposite here. Right? Just get this guy nice and stiff. We fucked up. Okay. Let's take a closer look. That's got to go. So Now when we scrub, that's what we want. I'm just going to key all these guys in here. And then we need a nice in-between pose. Right here. And we're just going to fix this hand position. Like that. Lift this foot up. That's exactly what we want, actually. That's perfect. That's already much better than what we had. The only thing is, we want to stay in this area and kind of charge for a bit. So what does that mean? That means we need this area here to soak a little bit longer. So we're just going to come in here. We're going to key this in here. Pull that out there. Now 420. 420 blaze it. We got to go and change our pose again. Take this guy here. Throw him way out. This guy here. Have him come down. Somewhere over here. Bring his body forward. Begin to twist her around. Gotta fix this elbow here. Twist her a little bit. Bring it in a little bit. Down a little bit. That looks pretty good. Obviously, this knee has no business being there, but it could have more business being there. This should be out like that. Then we just can push that a tad more. Twist that a bit. Kind of like that. Let's see if this is enough to convey what I want to convey. Technically, yes. The arc is wrong. But that's okay. We'll fix the arc. The arc is currently wrong, but we can fix that. We're just going to Control C. We're going to bump over a frame or two and hit Control V. Then we're just going to push this even farther. This here we have to fix a little bit. Just a bit. Just from our pushing it a little bit farther, our stuff was slightly out. That's better. So that's obviously like a really low sweep, and we don't want to be low. So the halfway point between 20 and 9 is 10 is 15 ish. So we're just going to take our halfway point here. Key that all in. But we're going to change how we do things here. So we're going to come out here. We're going to tilt this down, rotate this out. Lift up. Trail that foot. Elbows up. Shoulders up. Sorry. That's a shoulder, not an elbow. Boom. There we go. That's all well and good. Only problem is we want to have a bigger anticipation and less of a recovery. So we're going to go here. And then it's heavy. Boom. And obviously, sorry about that, guys. We need to fix this. And then right here, obviously, we got to fix whatever the fuck's going on here. Boom. So that's good there. So now we got to do a recovery. So we're going to hit Control C. I'm going to tweak this a little bit. Annoying. Okay. And then we want to just recopy and paste this. And then here we want to do a big ass recovery. So we're just going to go down. Just kind of like that, basically. That's, for the most part, all we really want to do. Maybe fix this knee position a little bit better. $480. I think that's pretty good. And what we want to do from here is go through and find our stuff. So basically, we want to find our, hold on a sec. So jump. And then here we want to do a find the left foot. I don't even hate that, to be honest. Then we can just kind of do that. Just got to fix this rotation. Kind of like that. You got a little bit of a spasm on the hand that we'll fix. But we're pretty much there. Yeah, where the fuck? Fuck's sakes. This is really annoying. That's not enough fluctuation. This is where the fluctuation is. So instead of there, here. Basically, yeah, we just want to take this and drag these. No. That way. It's not what I wanted to do. Hey, fuck off. And effectively, yeah, we just want to effectively do that. Let's see. We'll scrub it with our hands and we'll see. Yeah, that's fine. I like that. Hey, Araconda, appreciate you stopping in. Big swing. We want to do this. That. Okay. I'm going to extend this 5 frames. 8 frames. And I want to sit here and just kind of extra pout into this position. Like that. Gonna delay this a couple more frames. We need to make this slower. Then kind of even this out. Let's shoot this past. It needs to feel snappier. Let's try that. That feels a lot heavier. Boom. Boom. $430. See how much of a snap that is. Boom. Boom. It's almost too quick. I like it. It's better than what we had. That's what's really important. We're going to take this. Oh my god. I really am annoyed with Unreal Engine's inability to be consistent. That's just another layer of smoothness. And we're going to take our body. We're going to go 2 frames ahead. Take our spine 2 and 3. 2 frames, 3 frames, whatever. Our head. +3. Clavicles. +2. All of our hand stuff. They're technically tied together. +3. And now you get that overlapping action. You get that trail of motion. And it's just a much more believable animation. I can now take this guy here and just do bake anim, or let's go into our thing here and just go into animation sequences and just find our boss. Right here, we're going to rename this _old. Rename. Control C. And then we'll just do a bake animation sequence. Possibilities. Open that up. Save. I'm going to minimize. Old is on the right, left is on the new. Look how awkward and twisty that is. The recovery is also not terrible, but this is way more natural. I wish we could sync these up so they fired at the same time, because they both have... Oh, that has a higher frame rate too. Okay. But this one is better. So we did improve it, but we do want to increase the frame rate. So we want to go to 240 frames per second. Delete you. Oh, why are you referenced in memory? Rename NFG. This system does not let you override what you've already created. So I could have just saved over it in other programs, probably. This system doesn't let you do that. So it is what it is, I guess. So, I think we have root motion enabled. We must, because we're supposed to dodge that attack. Oops. Yeah, we do. Okay. So now we're going to come in here. And instead of using the old, we're going to use the new. A little bit earlier than that. There. That should work. Okay. Hit play. Boom. So that even makes it easier to dodge, because it is got a bigger anticipation. Save everything. Load up the base level. I think we deleted him. Let's just play test it. Make sure that animation, even though it is an improved animation, the timing's a little different. So we should just look at it and make sure we didn't break anything. Blueprints, character, AI, enemy, bosses, secret. He is the secret boss.
Come here.
He really likes to stun today. Yeah, that looks really good.
Riot.
And it's dodgeable.
Take.
Okay, I'm happy with him. I'm happy, guys. Viewport. I want to get rid of that emitter. It doesn't need to have an emitter on him. No reason for it. Other than, like, unnecessary coolness. Flag on the play, unnecessary coolness. Okay. That's done. One more feature I want to add before we just go on to the clutter mode. And that is... what are these based off of? These are based off of this guy. As you can see, we have nudity in the game, and I just want to do a stream-friendly option where nudity is covered. So, basically in construction script, we're just going to have a couple parameters here. So we're going to add parameter, and then we're going to do male, get male, and then we also want to do get. What is that variable that's in our options? Hold on a second. If we go to our blueprints, it's a game instance, right? Yeah. Store variables. So get game instance. Get game instance. And our store variables is the game instance. So we want to open this up. And we have all these lovely little sections here. We're going to add another variable. We're going to call this nudity. And nudity is going to be on by default, but you can turn it off in your options. So we're going to get nudity. Cast to store variables. And we want to just get nudity. Branch. And if nudity is true, it won't do anything. But if nudity is turned off, then we need to check if it's male or female. Like so. If it's true, then we can add a component here. So we're going to add another component here. We're going to add a skeletal mesh component. And we're going to call this underwear. And then we want to set skeletal mesh. So we're just going to go in here, set skeletal mesh. And then we can just have our underwear here. So open up the game here. Actually, we probably can just do it in ZBrush. And we'll just create a nice little bra and a nice little loincloth. Pretty easy. Just for like streaming purposes, some people are uncomfortable with it on their streams. So we will just have an option that you can turn nudity off. And that shouldn't be a problem. So ZBrush saves. Oh, we're in import 3D mesh. We don't want to be in there. File open. we'll work off this. So we're just going to come in here. And kind of make like a belt. Oh no, you guys seen loincloths before. Like we're not breaking the bank here. We're not reinventing the wheel. So from here we can just go extract. It's a little thick. Something like that. Then we can just go geometry. Plop that up about there. And basically what we're going to do here is just kind of create a basic bitch loincloth. Nothing super fancy. In fact, we can probably even... Let's do another Z remesh with this on. So this will kind of make it even. And force it to be symmetrical. Like so. Then we can just add our brush here. Kind of inflate some of this stuff. Just like that. Do not switch. What the? Oh, I'm bumping my elbow into my mouse. Hold on. Gotta get the mouse out of the way. I'm using a pen for this. Pens are nice. Yeah, we just kind of want to... We're going to do symmetrical for now. Just to kind of get it started. And then we can go asymmetrical here. Just kind of like that. Basically, that's it. That's our waistband. We need to implement some cloth. But this stuff's pretty simple. There we go. It's pretty coarse. It's kind of on purpose. Then we're just going to do back over here. We're going to extract at 0 thickness here. Accept. Hide that. Leave that on. A little bit fatter. BMV. Nope. Hey, can you just work? Thank you. Just gonna pull that out. Tuck that in. Like that, basically, right? Brush. Let's get rid of this smooth brush modifier here. Set that to 1. BST. Okay. Actually, first and foremost, let's extract this. We're going to come in nice and close, and we want to just do an extract or an extrude island. All polygons. Much better. Okay. Turn this back on. Then we'll just extrude that at okay. Now, pants aren't exactly the be-all, end-all, but I do want to have a pretty comfortable difference. Then when we turn these off, go back into here, be able to just fix this. Gonna go into our Dynamesh here. Oh, gotta fix our brush. Turn on back face mask so that we can properly hit it. Kind of smooth this out here. Make sure that's got room to hide stuff. Just a basic banana hammock, right? That's it. Then we can add our cloth to it. And we can turn this guy on. Yeah, and he's more or less covered. You can get like some side ball action there. So we should probably fix that. We can fix it though. It's not stupidly difficult. You just sort of cup the balls a bit better. There we go. There. And that solves our nudity problem for the men. So we're just going to take this and basically recreate it. So merge down. And then that can be its own thing. So export. Projects. Assets. Slave male ZBrush. This is under the high poly. We're going to call this slave underwear base 01. Shit. Meant for this to be the base. This is supposed to be the cloth. Okay, then we got to do the decimated version. This will be very quick. 1,000. Cloth. Oopsie. Save. And then Control Z to get back to the high detail. And we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to Z plugin 1% preprocess. Decimate. And export it. Like that. I'm retarded. Don't worry about it, though. All right. So that's the male version. Let's get the female version done. So we're just going to take our slave girl, which we have. We're going to do better looking stuff than this. That's for sure. Thinking about trying to get something set up here with the stuff. Should we do like a straight across under the armpit? I'm thinking that's our best bet. We could theoretically do like a more of like a bikini. But I don't know if that makes sense aesthetically. I don't think that makes sense aesthetically. So what we're going to do here is we'll just cover the breasts. Let's get symmetry going. Like, we could do something like this, and then it kind of comes over or whatever, and we do like a bikini. But a bikini doesn't really make a lot of sense in the context of what we're making. But maybe we could do something like this where it cuts across, but you still get a little bit of underboob action. So there's still a little bit to get excited over for the lads. Let's just do this. Holy shit. I hate this thing. It'll be close enough. Something like that. So you got a nice tight wrap. And then we'll just get rid of the middle here. We'll extrude it out, and you'll see what I mean in a minute. So do an extraction here. We're going to set this to 0.003. That's pretty nice. Got a little bit of nonsense still lingering. That looks better. Except we need to redo this completely. I don't know, something. Not Dynamesh. Fuck, not Dynamesh. Whatever, it worked. We just go BMV. We make these touch. You want this to feel a little tighter. And then we can just go in here. Okay. There you go. And then we can come back into here. And this is so... That's going to be tough to pull off. That's so tight in there. Phrasing 100%, but yeah, it's so tight in there. We'll just do a bikini bottom for this because I don't... We'll have to do some heavy TLC to fix that. Cover it more up. Just because I think that might not cover everything we need it to cover. And it is supposed to cover shit. Something like that should be fine. And we should be fine to extract that. Except we're just gonna... Oh, fuck. We did this again. Modify topology, delete hidden. We got a little bit of wedgie going on here. I think we can just kind of fix this camel toe by just forcing it. Put it together. Like that. We're going to use Dynamesh to kind of fix a lot of this crap. And then we'll just Dynamesh it. Where are you? Right there. More or less, this is supposed to be kind of raggedy. So I don't really give a crap about the quality. That's just a quick block in. Turn off symmetry here. Find our cloth. Divide it one more time. It's a little coarse. Probably need to subdivide it. There we go. There. Good enough for me, guys. Export. NPCs. Slave Girl 01. ZBrush. Slave Underwear Girl. Save it. Z plugin. Pre-process. Decimate. Export. Go in there. Done. It sticks out a little bit here. We'll fix that in post. Okay, guys. Cancel. We'll leave this open. And we will import those files. So, right here, asset. There it is. Just turn this on. And this is going to be real easy, guys. We're just going to go in here. Like, we're talking a couple hundred triangles here. We're not making a lot. We're not making a masterpiece. This is just something to kind of give us the option. Give streamers and people who are playtesters the option to have kind of like a stream-friendly mode, basically. Now, I stream nudity in my game. I don't really give a shit, but a lot of other people, they're worried about terms of service or whatever. It can potentially make them uninterested in participating. So I want people to play test this game. I want people to see what's going on. So that's why we do it. F8. You just want to pop this out like that. There we go. One, 3, 4, 3, 4. Oopsie. 1, 2, 3, 4. Basically, just do that. Um, now how does this work? Basically like that. Close enough. So that's good there. That's good there. And then we just want to fold in. We don't need to go all the way around, but we do want to have a convincing fold in here so that it folds in basically. Like it's not. This stuff isn't really rocket science. Just do that and then just come up in here like that. And that will be more than enough to kind of cover any spots. So you won't get any like see through the ether and see an invisible barrier kind of thing. That should cover your basics. All right. Come on. There it is. Yeah, basically, we just got to be very careful with this. Get this area kind of fleshed in. And then we have our pretty much our game ready model. And the skinning is also going to be very easy for this. Just because the nature of this thing is pretty standard. Should just be able to copy skin weights. So we just kind of need to do the top trim here, and then we're pretty much ready to go. And then we got to do the cloth as well. Pretty simple stuff. Nothing super crazy here, but it does kind of show you we're kind of doing like a little bit of everything in this stream. We got animation done, a little bit of coding done, a little bit of tweaking animations and attack code. Now we're doing some sculpting and retopology and all that fun stuff. So there's quite a bit of variety here if you're looking to learn. If this stupid fucking thing would work, holy shit. Sometimes this works really good, and sometimes it's like, who in the hell, like this right here. What the what are you trying to achieve here? There we go. Shouldn't be this hard. There's so many points it's trying to grab, it's doesn't know where to go. There we go. So now we just got to do a fold in. Come on. Really? Okay, there you go. Yeah, you can see how stubborn this can be. And again, we don't need to flesh out the entire inside of the underwear because it will be covered by skin. But if you do a fold over like I'm doing here and you let it clip, you just don't get gaps where you can see through it and then ruin the armor. So that's pretty good. We can delete this and then we'll just smooth that guy out. And there's our loincloth. Then we just need to make sure that we make this thing unfold. That should do it. Honestly, I don't think it needs to be more complicated than that. Just kind of cut up around here quick. All right, so now we should be able to grab this and just hit Control U. There's one piece of underwear. We're gonna do all the underwear in one material. So don't get comfortable. This one here is just going to be 2D. There we go. That's it. That's literally it. I don't care about that. Looks good to me. Good enough. So that's the male underwear right there. Male underwear. Easy peasy. We're going to hide that. Then we'll import the female underwear. Girl, ZBrush, decimate, female underwear, import. Pretty easy stuff, guys. Pretty basic shapes. This here. Just do that. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. It doesn't have to be... Excuse me. It doesn't have to be particularly even or symmetrical. As long as there's enough geometry that it will deform properly, I don't think it's going to matter. I think that should hold okay. I like that a lot. 1, 2, 3. Like that. That's what we're doing. Okay. There we go. So we just come through here. Good enough for me. Let's see here. This should be pretty simple to just fold in, but we should just double check. This is the upper rim, and then we got to do the inner rims, which there's 2 because obviously it goes through the legs. And then the bra is pretty easy. It's just a wrap that kind of covers the nipples. That's about it. But it's basically just a cylinder. Like, it's not particularly complicated. And then it becomes just a matter of putting this on the character and yeah. Put it on the character and then just watch it animate. And hopefully we do have to change our setting. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to pull out of the construction script. I think. I don't know how we're going to do this, actually. Because there's got to be a way to do it. And what I thought how we could go about it isn't actually going to work, because I want to be able to toggle it mid-game. And it shouldn't be that hard to do, but basically you got to get all actors of a class, fire off a custom event. rather than put it in the construction script. We gotta have it fire a custom event. Which is not impossible, but yeah. It's something we'll have to look at. That's one side. This side's going to be a lot easier to do. It should be easier to do anyway. Come through here. Fuck me. I thought I was over this cold, and now it's just... It's back. It's like while I sleep, my sinus clears up, and then after a few hours of being awake, it's back to just being clogged up. It's fucking terrible. I don't know what the deal is. I used to be able to get over a cold in a couple of days, and now it takes me like a week. It's fucking stupid. Getting old fucking sucks. Oh boy. This is the finish line here, boys. All right. So we got that in there. We got that. Come on. There we go. There we go. That's one side. I don't need that. That's too much. Okay. There we go. Yeah, we'll do one in between here. All right. Now for the cheap fold over trick. And then we're pretty much done here. We just got to unwrap them. And then we'll bake them, texture them, skim them, throw them in the game. And then we just got to tie it to a code that we can play test. So, should be simple enough. There we go. That's stubborn. That's difficult to deal with. But we managed. At least. All right. That's in there. That's in there. Oh, we had it. Oh, come on. We'll just have to flip it after. And flip. Now the other side should be easier because it doesn't have that dip in the middle of it. So it should be a little bit easier to do the other one. I just wanted to knock this out quick. And we'll fold over on the bottom. And we should be okay. Now, some of these women have different shaped bodies. One of them has a little bit bigger breasts. And a bit bigger tummy. So we do have to stretch these in order to fit the various models. Some of them have different sized sausages. So we'll just have to make sure we're adequately covering up what we're supposed to be covering up for each type. Should be simple enough, though. Straightforward. Oh, there it is. We are almost around. This part's the hardest. The fold over is just quick. Now, theoretically, we could just grab the edge and pull it down. And it would borderline be easier. But, or faster, I should say. But it would, there's a little bit more unknown variables with the, tweaking the vertices, because with the magnetism, they can pull in all sorts of weird directions, especially if you're grabbing more than one at a time. So if you're grabbing the whole rim and trying to pull it down, that can get messy. And then you got to go back in and fix it. I would rather spend a bit more time being in control than being out of control and then fixing, because fixing is even more tedious than this, in my opinion. All right. Should be sufficient. Soften the edges. Yeah, there's a little bit of clipping here. There doesn't need to be. So we're gonna correct that record. There's a little bit of clipping here too. I can just pull that out. It doesn't matter. Okay. And then we just take this and cut it here. Cut it here. That should be good enough for that one. That should be good enough for this. Sufficient. Pull that in. Okay. So there we go. Female underwear. Now, obviously, these overlap one another. We will fix that. Slave underwear. So now we have that done. You can open up Marmoset. And we'll go from there. And then we'll just call this there for now. Okay, So we're going to go in here, and we're just going to go ahead and import. I don't care about. We'll bring in the high quality stuff first. Open up our bread box. Oh, shit. Yeah. Let's try that again. It's a good thing I remembered. Reload that in. So we're going to go in here and we need 3 groups. Female underwear. Go in here. This group, we're going to hold our W key. We're just going to push it over this way. That moved all of my assets at once. So everything in that folder. So that's going to allow it to bake accurately while offsetting. If we just want to do this and this, put them up, then we just go turn this bake group off. That's the base. So that's this guy here. And then this guy here. It's there. There. Okay. Should be able to delete this. And we should be fine to just bake as is. Just turn on curvature there. Go into G. PC. We'll do slave mail for now. Texture. Bake. Underwear. This should only take a couple seconds. You will get a little bit of stuttering because it does take a lot of processing. Gonna mute myself for just a second. And we're back on. Okay, guys, so the next step here is simple. We just turn on preview. And obviously we have a lot of issues with this underwear. So we got to come in here and we just got to go into our low poly here. Just pull this out a lot farther. Then we're going to go into this bake group here. Grab our low poly. Pull that out. Let's try to bake it again. There we go. Much, much better. Save seed. Slave underwear. I don't know why we need to save it, but we'll save it. Close it. We just saved it. Whatever. Sure. Sure, we'll save it. Just in case. We'll get some textures in here. It'll be just basically white cloth. Nothing crazy here. And then you just got to make it fit on everything. New 1K is good enough. We don't need it to be super high resolution, I don't think. Should be fine. This might be a problem. Now that I think about it. All right. It's not a resource we can add. Silly me. We can add these, though. There's that. We're going to materials. Smart material. Viking steel. All right. Change the color of this fabric, basically, and then we're done. Outside of some there. Underwear. Duplicate. Black mask. Just come in here. Oops. Just give it a little bit more of like a tattered look. There. Add some height. That's it. That's all I care about. Done. Beautiful. Put it in here again. Folder. Yeah, well, actually, we'll put it in here. It's fine. Make sure it's under proper and a Targa file. That should be fine. Slave. Why are you being retarded? Slave underwear. Easy peasy. You can now open. We want to go in here. Look at our lovely underwear. Beautiful. So now we go in here. And let's go ahead and do slave male 01. We just want to go ahead and just import him here. And there he is in all of his glory. So we're going to take this. We're going to duplicate, combine, center the pivot. And we're just going to position this in such a way that we don't have to see his winky. Ah. Okay. Got a little bit of bleed over here. There we go. No winky. We're going to bind the skin. We're going to go copy, source, destination, copy skin weights. SK, slave, male, underscore 01, underscore underwear. Copy. Enter. Should be able to export this out. That's it. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete all of this. So we're back to these. Then we import the next model. That's a weird bug. This thing seems to work okay with him. So I'm fine with that. Let's test out... Okay. He's got a little bit longer on the front end, so we may have to make an adjustment. A tiny adjustment. Honestly, you're probably fine. But these adjustments are so minuscule that I think that should be just acceptable as is. Then I don't have to frickin' worry about it. Let's try the women. Or we could try 4, but I don't think 4 will be an issue. Oh, he's got full set of clothes on. Fuck him. Fuck him. Yeah, that's clothes, sorry. I'm in the wrong folder. My bad, guys. The 03 is what we're looking for. Yeah, he looks about the same. Covered. I think we're good. Once again, we have to fix this. We should also open up our hypershade because we're having a lot of materials that'll be loaded in here that we just don't need. Like that. Okay, let's bring in some women. I think you guys are tired of looking at dongs. We only got 2 types of women. That should be 90. Very clearly, we did not set this up. We must have changed the model quite a bit. Let's change our soft selection here. It's a little excessive. That should be fine. Gave her a little bit more back, I guess. That should be fine there. Then we gave her more junk in her trunk. Clearly. Which is fine. I think most people appreciate bigger. So we'll do this. Source, destination, copy, export. Fuck it, just wipe it. Wipe the whole thing. Yeah, her boobs are a little bit bigger. Oh! Not really. Not really. If I just bump that out a smidge, I think we'll be fine. There's a little bit of pubes bleeding out, but that's not too bad. So one kind for each. That's pretty easy. That's more universal than I thought. So this isn't going to work. What we need to do, though, is just copy this. Go into the event graph. Add custom event. Nudity swap. Control V. We need to get our options. Nudity. Is nudity true? Set skeletal mesh to nothing. Right? We need to make sure there's nothing in there. And then we got to import the other ones. So we're going to go in here. content. We need the textures first. So texture, character, NPC, import. Texture, substance, close. Slave, slave, slave. Open you up. Beautiful. This needs to be a mask. Everything else should be fine on its own. This should be a normal. It is. Next up, we got to go content. Material. Instance. NPC. We'll take this gray here and we'll just change this to NPC underwear. You want to have that opacity, so we're going to have the same thing. No, we don't. We're not going to use that. That's just gross. So instead, we're going to delete that. NPC underscore underwear. Open him up. Copy, paste, paste, paste. Okay, normal map. It's going to be the normal. There we go. Save it. Now we want to go into our meshes. So we're going to go mesh, skin, slaves, import. Underwear, import. Mannequin, import. Open this up. Details. Slave underwear. Everything else, I think, is fine as is. So we should be able to just hit save. This... should it even have a rigid body? I guess. Ugh, I don't like that. I don't know what else I can do about it, though. Um, we'll have to see what we do. I don't know. This might be a problem. We'll have to see. Like, I don't think it needs a rigid body. I wish it would just stay, but it won't necessarily stay attached to the woman or man. That's more or less correct, actually. But I feel like this is just going to fall off the person who's wearing the underwear. So I don't know if this is the correct way to do this, but we'll find out, I guess. So if it's a male, and if it's female, underwear, underwear, no underwear. Okay. So then we go at event begin play. We just want to do naked. Nudity. So we're going to do that there. Then we also need to do something if we're going to change it in our settings, right? So we then got to go into our blueprints. Before we get too carried away. Let's fix this. Those should all be on by default. Can we bulk edit? No, we cannot. You are not male. You're not male. All right. So the next thing we got to do is go into our UI, to our option menu here. We're going to duplicate this. We want to call this nudity. We'll call this nudity. Duplicate. Yeah, that's okay. And then we got to do the text here. Ugh. Is there only one? Game settings. Get nudity. Yeah, we should be able to get nudity. Branch. On. Off. Pile and save. It's that easy, guys. It should be called on. Beautiful. Nudity button. Okay. Compile and save. Go to the graph. Event graph. Very basic. Basically this. Nudity. So it starts on by default. So we want to make sure we turn it off on our first click. And then we want to update nudity. Can I add an event here? I can. Update nudity. Get all actors of a class. We'll do slave master for now. For each loop. Nudity swap. Update nudity. Nudity. Nudity option. Okay. Compile and save. So let's see if it worked. Blueprints, character, AI, slave, slaves. Let's get him in here. Let's get him in here. Let's get her in here. Let's get her in here. Okay. Let's play test. So here they are, and they're naked. Wrong button. Go to our options here. Yes. Yes and no. So the problem is, got to go to our slave master, and we have to set our underwear to have an animation class, which will be slave. Bound or whatever it is. Slave. Let's try that again. Here they are. Options. Back. Not quite. So they're floating and doing some weird stuff. So maybe that isn't the way to do this. So it's kind of working and kind of not working. Here, you don't need to see that. Like, it's technically attached to this. But it's not quite working. Like, it kind of works, but it kind of doesn't. So what if we, first of all, I don't want to see that. Let's turn to the back side here. So what's happening is there's a randomizer in the animation system. Which is frickin' frustrating. Because I don't know how you... Well, you would have to... We have a randomizer so that it's not uniform. But if I type in underwear... You can see they're animating differently. Despite having the exact same blueprint. So how do I sync those up? Yeah, how would you do that? So we have to get rid of this. We got to delete this. No, we want to just get this block. Slave. Play rate. Add new variable. Anim speed. We're going to make that a float. Then we'll bind it. There. We'll try this too. Start point. And come back here. And we will bind that. There. Compile and save. That's frames too. So if we did like 10 or something like that, it would be 10 frames ahead. So we're just going to go into event graph here. Add another thing at event begin play. And we're just going to go ahead, get this, get the static mesh, get anim. I don't know. Underwear. Get anim class. From here, we want to get Yoink. Yoink. Here we want to get speed. God. Fuck it. I got another idea. I'm gonna call this anim BP speed. Start frame. Go to this event graph. Event begin play. Try to get pawn owner cast to slave master. From here, we need to get frame. And then just set these variables here. Set start point. That. Set anim speed from that. Slave master. Set so the blueprint speed 1 should be full speed, 0 should be nothing. So we're gonna go get float range. Random float in range between 0.5 1.5. And then we're going to go in here. And this time we're going to set it between 0 and 20. Compile. Save. So we need to get the pawn owner, slave master. That should work. Let's see. So they're naked right now.
just want to go home.
It's working? The speed just isn't right. Why is the speed weird? Shouldn't speed... What does this say? I mean, it shouldn't have to do this. Maybe we do. But play rate right now is set to 1, which is what we want. Yeah. What happens if I set that to 20? Does it really make a difference?
Help us.
So why is the play rate not updating? We almost have it. Probably this needs a minute to kick in. Maybe we set this to a default value that's reasonable. Yeah, they're perfectly in sync right now. They can't be in sync. So this isn't going to work. I shouldn't have to do this more than once. Let's try this. delay for 1 second. Then we'll set our anim speed based off of that. I don't care about the start frame right now. I just want to see if I can get this figured out. Hey, Adam, what's up? Yeah, we're just putting some final touches on the build. There they go. Now they're all breathing on different options. Let's make sure the nudity works.
I just want to go home.
It's still annoying. So, and I know why that's happening. And it has to be, it's got to be an update animation, unfortunately. Oops. Update, event blueprint, update animation. So whenever the animation updates, it's got to be tied to this. Because this is a once-off, fire-off, but if I'm changing the clothes, that's a problem. So, let's see. Now... So they're all breathing at different paces. Ah, fuck. Wrong one. My bad. Options. Nudity. Nope.
Please, sir.
That's even more
Get us out of
jarring.
here.
Yeah, because it's spawning in. So this isn't going to work. This just isn't going to work. There's no way we can make this work. Because even if the timing was the same, it's still stuck to the same animation. And I can show you why here. So instead of doing this, let's set this just to 1. I go in here, I play test. I open up my options. And they're still animating at a different time. And that's because... because it spawned in and it started to animate, so it can't just... So we can't load it in, basically, is what is the problem here. Construction script. I got another idea. One more idea. Well, not one more idea, but another idea. We're going to come in here. we're going to go into the construction script. We're going to put it into the construction script. Bing, bang, boom. And we're going to actually change this. So we're going to see, are we male or female? It's going to determine what kind of underwear we're wearing. And then from nudity, we're going to just go ahead here and set visibility. One, two. Branch. So if nudity is true, visibility is off. And if nudity is false, visibility is on. So now it's not going to load in as we select nudity. Instead, it's going to toggle visibility. So that's good there. Right now, the slaves are mainly props, but you will be able to technically free them eventually. I haven't updated the AI to really do anything other than just breathe. But you will be able to do stuff with them eventually. But I've always kind of liked to have them stripped down and naked as part of the artistic direction, but some people may find it a bit hard for streaming and stuff like that. They may not feel comfortable having that on their channel. So I decided to say, all right, screw it. We'll throw in a nudity option. Nudity is on by default, but you can turn it off. So then we go here. We're just going to do set visibility. So if nudity is true, visibility is off, and then visibility is on. That should work. Hit play. Everyone's naked. All right, we almost had it. So, we're getting a little bit of a warning here. And I think that's fine. We'll fix that in a minute. But right now, enter the construction script. Male, true. Okay, we're not going to put this in the construction script then. Because I think something with that is not working correctly. So we're just going to hit Control X. Back into the event graph here. Add custom event set underwear. Plug that in there, and then just here. Set underwear. That. So if it's male underwear, female underwear. Yeah. Go in here. Let's see. There we go. Now it all works. They don't even die yet. Maybe I should have them die. They can bleed, they just don't die.
I just want to go home.
That should work, though. Slave master. Just a second here. Does it have BPI enemy? No. Okay, does it have BPI NPC? Okay, does Slave Master have class? It does have the NPC on there. So then it should be going into here. On NPC overlap. Yeah, so that is working, and you can tell it's working because blood is coming out. Let's see here. We'll print string. Because they used to die. But then I overhauled my weapon combat, so then it kind of became a little bit more complicated.
I just want to go home.
So blood is sprayed out, but damage is not being applied. So it's not here where the death isn't working. So damage causer. That'll be it there. Get owner. There it goes. That should work.
Please, sir. Get us out of here. Please, sir. Get us out of here.
So now they'll die. The question is, what happens if they have clothes on? And the question for that yeah. Should we wait? Nah, it'll be ready. This is minor stuff. I have 2 levels to explore. There's a lot going on. We're just digging deep into some like minor stuff here. It'll be good. We're ready. I don't know if this will work, but we're gonna try this. I feel like it wouldn't. We'll see. I feel like the clothes are gonna just explode off of their body, which will be fine. There they are. Yeah. So, there's one other thing we could try. That's could be just fine as is. We'll see. Where we just go import. And import this. It's already in position. We're going to split these up, delete the history off of them, and just call this one bottom. This is a bit more of a dirty trick, but we'll see if this is good enough. This might work. Unlock selected. Export. Actually, we want to real quick snap that at 0. It shouldn't matter that much, but let's do that quick. The reason we want to do this is we want to bind it to the hip. So when we bind it to a skeletal joint, we want the pivot point to be in a reasonable spot. Like that. So we're going to delete that. So now that we have that set up, what we want to do here is come back into this. We're going to add another component, static mesh, and we're going to call this underwear bottom. We also have to import the new stuff into the engine here. So we're going to go in here, content, meshes, static, and meshes is static, clutter, I guess, miscellaneous. And we'll just bring it into here. It'll be fine. We want to go into the slave mail side. Edit. Underwear. Save. Let's see. Underwear. We just want to bind this to this. That goes good there. Then we just go into our women's side here. And that's a little bit whatever. You can just come in here. Change that to that. Just tweak the scale out a bit. Whoa, that's a little bit. Okay. And then we just gotta copy the transform data. You just gotta go in here and do that. This. It's all just the same shit. It's pretty easy. Paste. Ooh, maybe not the slave cart. There we go. And then we just gotta get that scale. Tweak. That should be fine. And then just get the first one. Okay. Now, go into Slave Master here again. And we're just going to go in here, add another static mesh component. And we're going to call this underwear. File, save. Then we just go into the female side here. Underwear top. And we just want to bind this to one of the chest cavities. So probably chest 2. Oh, we got to do that in the slave Master section. That looks pretty good. I think spine... I don't think there is a spine 3. There is a spine 3. We'll do spine 3. And if we go over to female... you just gotta take this... That's got to be 90 degrees. More or less like that. Now, why? Oh, because it's not skinned. Let's see. I don't know if this is a great way to do it. Let's see about... they're from England. Like, this place takes place in medieval England, so the slave trade is pretty localized. Like, there wouldn't be a lot of travel. So they're got some tan from, like, being out in the sun. Well, there's a little bit of a tan to them, but not really. But they're mostly just white people. They look more pale in the actual environment. But, the problem is the clothes can attach themselves. Can I attach it? Can I attach the skinned item? Let me try something else here, real quick. Add a mesh and add a component of a skeletal mesh, and we can parent the socket to the pelvis. Okay, so this is the way to do it. I think I figured it out. Let's do the male underwear first, and we'll prove it out. And then we will do the female underwear later. If the male works. So we got the skin data on here. But we want to attach it underwear. slave blueprint. So now we just have to undo the offsets. So how do we do that? We can probably go to the mesh here. And we just got to undo this. No, that's not right. We got to open up the skeleton. So let's go to the skeleton. Because that number is stored somewhere. So we're going to open this guy up. We'll just open up the skeleton. And we want to find our pelvis. Right here. Copy. Paste. Wrong one. Skeletal mesh. And we want to invert this. So we're going to go there. And there. Right? And then we're going to go back to the skeleton here. Copy. Paste. That's a minus variable. That's a minus variable. No. Um, there's got to be a way to calculate this. I thought this would be easier, I'm not going to lie. I mean, we don't necessarily need to have toggleable nudity, but I thought it would be nice to put it in. We will get it done. We still got another day. I said I'd get the build out by the end of tomorrow, so... This proves to be a little bit more stubborn. It is what it is. But I think we can do... two body parts. Unreal. So there's another way we could do it, where we just do a full model swap, which is not ideal. But theoretically, we could do a full model swap. But if I attach it to the pelvis and I can get it to properly position itself, I just don't know why this is 90 degrees out. Theoretically, we could just fix this by doing a little bit of this and that. Yeah, it would just be really cool if you could just zero that out. But you zero it out as it's attached. It wants to snap to the other thing. It's weird that the timing's different. But maybe the timing's different because it's attached to a bone. So what if we just wipe this? And then on death, we open up death here. Because this is the correct way to do it. It's just that when you enable the ragdoll, let's see actually what happens, because I think he just falls over. So he's got a loincloth on.
I just want to go home.
Oh!
Let us.
Fuck, I'm overthinking it, guys. I'm overthinking it. I don't need ragdoll. Just leave it like that. Okay. Sorry. We overthought it. It's easier than I thought. So we were pretty much 90% of the way there the first time, and I just... Okay. Never mind. So if this is true... If this is true, we need to set... Rename. This is way easier than I thought, guys. I thought because of the collisions we had to get extra creative with it. We do not. I overcomplicated things. This is easier than I thought. Lesson learned. Set... It's because I had the... We set the ragdoll. We don't need to set ragdoll on the underwear. So set... skeletal mesh. Right there. If it's a boy, it's regular underwear. If it's a girl, it's lady underwear. Set visibility. Nudity is on. It's not visible. Is if it's off. What don't you like here, Jack? Try that for size. Play. Everyone's naked. You missed something here. Right here. There we go. Options, nudity. There they are.
Please, sir. Get us out of here.
Okay, so that one doesn't work as nicely as that one does.
Out of here.
Please, sir. Get us.
So, why does that happen? Probably because it doesn't attach itself to the same rigid body. But it should be binding itself to the joints, which is weird to me that it's not. But we'll figure it out. But I don't want this This one seems to work okay, but the top section doesn't want to. For the female side. Which, there may be a way to cheat it. But I'm not sure how you cheat it. There is something we can fix though, which is the event graph. They're not supposed to speak when they're dead. Yet some reason they do.
Please, son. Get us out of here.
Like, that's on its own ragdoll system. But if I die, we only simulate the physics of the mesh. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Is there a way? Like, why doesn't it just follow the joints? That's weird to me. Like, why does... Why does the male work with no issues? Like, it's just attached. It just works.
Get us out of here.
I want none of it.
No issues. Female.
I just want to go home.
And then just the top is just doing its own thing.
I just want to go home.
I don't want Visual Studio open. Close it. Fuck off, Microsoft. Yes, exit. Jesus. Microsoft has been so dog shit in their software lately. It's infuriating how just inefficient it is. I'm going to try closing the editor and reopening it. See what happens. Because it feels like it's trying to ragdoll the clothing, and it shouldn't be. But maybe if I were to separate... Maybe if I were to separate the top and the bottom underwear, it would work better. That might be the answer. It's annoying, but that might be the answer. It's just doing whatever it wants.
Get us out of here.
Where this one is behaving properly. That one sort of behaves properly.
Help us.
So maybe the answer is to separate the underwear. We're going to duplicate this. Fuck. Split. Bind the skin. Source. Source. So source, destination, copy skin weights. All right. And then we can just call this one underscore top. Let's go back into here. Content. Miss human NPC. Okay, we're gonna re-import this. That goes away. And then we just get the top in. Like that. This is, of course, the mannequin. And of course, we got to go here. That's fine. Okay. That's done. We'll see. If it's not male, we got to do this. Add another component. Right there. And actually, we need to do this in 2 spots. Like that. File. Save. Right now, he's got... He does have something on it. Okay. And obviously, this should be set to nothing. Viewport. Top. What the fuck? Okay, let's see what we have here. Fuck it, I'm not even going to entertain this. Just delete the history. I got to work around, don't worry, guys. Oh my god. Unlock. We're just going to import the model again. Slave female import. There she is. Right? So then we can just go here, here, bind the skin, source, destination, copy the skin weights. There we go. Wear top. Back into here. We just got to re-import this. Save. There she is. Working as intended, gentlemen. Working as intended. Now let's see if they die properly.
Oh.
Underwear. No, it's the same thing.
Please, sir, get us out of here.
I mean, it's weird that it's doing that.
Help us.
The only other thing I can potentially, like... What's another way to do this? Other than maybe like a full mesh swap. Which would be really annoying. But it's like, why doesn't it want to work? That's the thing I don't understand. Is why doesn't it just attach itself? Is it because they're separate skeletons working with it? Like, could I not, from this, add another component on top of it? You'd think you would be able to. I might have to just look it up. It's like I can set up clothes. What if I... Event graph. Get our mesh. Set material. Element index. Material. And then just have an invisible fucking material. That's the way to do it. Okay, so that's how we're going to do it. That's how we're going to do it. So we're going to get rid of this underwear shit. We go into Slave Master. We're going to go to our event graph here. And we're literally... This check won't matter anymore. Alright. This took a little bit longer than I anticipated, I'm not going to lie. But I think in the long run it'll be fine. So, who is this? This is This is slave female 1. Fuck, we have all of the morph targets. What happens if we just do this? Just curious. We're going to go _test. Out of curiosity. Because I think we might break something here. Because we have all of those morph targets, so we would have to redo the morph targets to introduce them with clothes, which is frickin' a lot of work. I thought this would be like 20 minutes, I'm not gonna lie. Do that. Skeleton is mannequin. Is there any way to combine them? Yeah, it freaked out for a second. Oh, it kept it. So let's type in underwear. Teeth. I don't really give a shit, to be honest. That's kinda Italian. Let's pale that up a little bit. just a little too Italian for my taste. There we go. Leather strip. Ah, we got to re-import with morph targets. Hold on. He has no bottoms. I didn't select the bottoms. No, they still work. Okay. So I should be able... I should be able to salvage this, guys. What is still being used? Let's leave that alone for now. Fuck off. It's just saying it wants to be used in memory. Oh, this doesn't have any skin on it. That's why this thing got fucked up. That's fine. Yeah, this doesn't have any skin. So there. Find the skin. Copy the skin weights. And then we can just select all of these. We should be able to export this as the female one. Close. All right. So we got her, and then we re-import, reset to FBX. And then it's got extra teeth here. This is element 2. So we're going to just go and find underwear. Still works. Okay. Perfect. Now we just got to do that with all the other females. Which is just this one. Now we're going to go in here, delete all of this crap, and then import slave female 02. And then we should be able to just select all of this and Go export. We're going to go ahead and copy this. Re-import. Reset. Whoa! That should be slave girl. That's the wrong one. That needs to be NPC eyes. Give her red eyes, and then this is darkness. There we go. Now it's time for the men. So then we'll just do a new scene here. Male. And we just want to get our slave male here. There he is. Ding dong. Then we got slave male 04. Easy peasy, guys. It's tedious, but it will work. This new strategy will work. Slave male 04. Now we got to get the old geezers in here. SK slave male 02. Okay. Minimize that for now. 04, 3, 2, and 1. Just reset them. It's going to be a shit show. Yeah, look at that. Absolute disaster. It's all right, though. We'll make it work. This should be... not blonde. Brown. Slave skin is fine. Those are, in fact, the eyes. There we go. I think this guy's perfect. This guy didn't turn out so well. Underwear. That's got to be red or gray. That is the skin. That is darkness. That's going to be red eyes. That's the teeth. That one was a bit of a shit show. And this one is also a shit show. So this is skin. The hair is correct, at least. This should be red eyes. No, actually, that was correct. It should be darkness. That is teeth. That is red, but red eyes. That is correct. That'll also be correct. Okay, so that's now done. So now it's attached to them. But if we go into our slave master variable, what we can do here is if we turn on nudity, what we're going to do is we are going to get our mesh set material. So if nudity is true, the material has to be a new material that we're going to make here. So we're going to make a material real quick. So if we go into, we'll just do a quick save all here, catch everything. We want to go into content, materials, master, and we'll just create a new material from here. This is just going to be a dummy material. Open it up. It's black by default. That's fine. going to set this to translucent. Masked. Then we're just going to get our opacity mask here. We're just going to hit S. No. Yeah, maybe. Apply. New material. Invisible. Pretty easy. So, there's a couple of tricks. First trick is, so if we're going to set it to true, the material has to be invisible. If it's not true, then we want to set that material to NPC underwear. There's a caveat though. We need the elemental index. The elemental index is different per slave character, so we're actually going to have to promote this to a variable. And we're just going to call this underwear material. We're going to compile and save. And we want to set that there. Compile and save. So, what is our material here? We go to our materials here. NPC underwear for this one, element 5. So we just want to go in here and set the default to 5. Compile and save. Compile, save. Okay. So that's all fine and good. But what about this chick? Well, let's take a look at her mesh. And it's element 0. So we want to go into our character sheet and change this to 0. Compile and save. What about our other slave characters? Slave Girl 1. She's 2. So we just go find our variable. 2. She should be 2 as well. Yeah, this is supposed to be 2. It's because I edited it with something else. That's fine, though. So, yeah, we just got to go back up to here. Make sure that's set to 2. All right. We got this guy. Now, this guy should be default. I think it's 5. Yeah, he's set to 5. And that's set to 5. So that's okay. We got the old geezer here. That's 5. And that should be 5. That's good there. That means all the men should be the same. No, this is element 0. I was incorrect in my assumption. Weird. Okay. I was just incorrect in my assumption. This is element 3. Not the end of the world. This could be 3. Let's test this theory out.
Boss.
So I don't think it updates. I don't think you can update your material then. In real time. Because it's just not updating. Interesting. Not sure. Let me print string here. So at some point it's saying hello. You don't need that anymore. This is redundant. My question is, print string. Naked. Compile. Save. So it's saying naked. But I can see their clothes. Mesh is set to invisible. Let's do something glowy. Maybe I have the wrong material index.
Please, sir. Please. Get us out of here. Get us out of here.
Get us
I just want to go home.
out of here.
So it is working.
What did
Help us.
There's no material loaded. So it's somewhat working. It's just not working as you would think. Why? Morph targets. I don't think that would matter. But maybe.
I just want to go home.
Us.
What an odd thing. I think it works. It's just... I'm just curious. If I set that to that, what happens? Because now it's partially visible.
Please, sir. Get us out of here.
I want none of it.
Ah. I don't think I've ever seen that. That's an interesting function. It sometimes works and it doesn't work. Why? Why is it doing that? Well, let's see here. Let's load up our slave master. We'll change this to invisible. Well, ain't that funny? Why would that be the case? That doesn't make any sense. Good catch, Synth. Let's try and reboot. Because that's a weird situation. Race condition, maybe. No, it's a weird bug. That is for sure. There it goes. It must have just needed to reload. Yeah, perfectly fine. Might have just needed to just restart the editor. Sometimes the editor's just fucking... What's going on here? Let's go into this. Meshes, skinned. Miss human NPC slaves. Let's just make it invisible by default. Copy, save. I'm not sure why this is like this, other than you just gotta work around the engine being retarded. Which happens. little tiny wiener. Yep. So they're all naked.
Please, sir. Get us out.
Now they have clothes. Now will they go back to being naked? Yes, they will.
Help us.
Pass. I'm gonna say that works. Actually, before we go, this shouldn't matter. But let's get their clothes on and let's kill them with their clothes on. Now this should be just fine.
Please, sir. Get us
Yeah.
out of here.
Easy. Only took me 8 hours. Holy crap. Retarded. Okay. But hey, we got a lot done today. We tweaked the boss fight so that the Gradinger horn demon guy that you fight, if you run away from him, he shrieks at you. So that's awesome. Toggleable nudity settings for people who do not want to see naked people if they want to stream my game on like YouTube or Twitch or something, and they're going to be anal about it. There you go, which ironically I'm streaming to both YouTube and Twitch right now, so I'm willing to take the hit, but you know, some other people may not be comfortable with it. So that's that. And yeah, we got to do some clutter stuff, and we'll be doing that tomorrow, and then we will export a build and just test it. But I want to get some clutter fixed, so we will do that tomorrow though, because I've been, yeah, I put in a good quite a good few hours today. So nice long stream, and we fixed the problem. So content wise, oh, I got to do a spawn. We'll do the spawn tomorrow. I got to put the bear spawn in the bear cave. We got to have the bear. We'll have the bear and a couple wolves, and then we'll do some clutter. And then we'll package the build, make sure all our modes and our levels are loaded in correctly. And then we'll play test the build, make sure that works, and then I'll send it to the guys who want to see it on Thursday. But yeah, we got her figured out. Should be good to go. Real streamers might have to, yeah, exactly. People who actually have like a few hundred people watching, and someone might actually, well, not that anyone like that's going to pick up my stream right this minute anyway, but still, people might worry about it. Who should we fuck with? Let's do... I guess Daimao. He's cool. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Raid confirmed. All right, guys, that's it for me. Thanks for hanging out.